Oh, a new visitor from the woods. Welcome. Are you a lost wanderer? Tired of a long journey? Then join me. Sit beside the fireplace and let me tell you some stories that may soothe your mood as you regain your strength. Are you all set? Good. In the world of Runeterra, most of the mortals usually feared powerful beings. It could be against the undead, demons, or even altered beings becoming mages. As society grew, civilization learned to fight back, grouping up and utilizing resources for a better chance of survival. Other beings just laughed at them as mortals were weaker compared to them. However, there's a mortal that they were wary about. Even the River King demon avoids her, thinking he would perish if this mortal tested him. If that wasn't enough, another scenario proved the prowess of this woman. At one point, the undead known as the Shadow of War, who killed hundreds of humans, met this woman and stood still. It was the first time that the Shadow of War did not charge at humans on sight, even during the harrowing. These incidents prove that this mortal was truly something else, and there's more to uncover in her story. Her name is Illaoi, the Kraken Priestess. 946 years after Noxus, Illaoi was born into the Bahuru tribe of the Serpent Islands in Bilgewater. She was trained into the priesthood and displayed incredibly high spiritual talent at a very young age. Throughout the years, Illaoi became faithful to the god of the Serpent Isles. Her training on the island developed her physique as well. At some point in her youth, Illaoi met young Gangplank and fell in love with him. The two of them had a long romance, sharing things that they both liked. They often spend time together, eating their respective favorite fruit. Illaoi likes mangoes, while Gangplank prefers oranges. It was a one-of-a-kind moment for Illaoi. However, she ended up being chosen as the truth-bearer of Nagakaburos, and therefore forced to end the relationship. As Illaoi grew older, she further developed firm muscles, one might say, an intimidating overall presence. Illaoi is a tall, stocky woman with dark skin, fluorescent green tattoos all over her body, long brown hair tied in a ponytail, and piercing green eyes. She wears a dark green shirt and brown pants with some gold trim on her neck and arms, grayish-black boots, and always carries a golden sphere. Illaoi's powerful physique is dwarfed only by her indomitable faith. As the prophet of the great Kraken, she uses a huge golden idol to rip her foes' spirits from their bodies and shatter their perception of reality. It may sound complicated, but it was literally as it was described. Illaoi could separate someone's spirit and their body, making her a great threat to anyone, especially to undead and demons. All who challenged the truth-bearer of Nagakaburos soon discover Illaoi never battles alone. The god of the Serpent Isles fights by her side. Due to her overwhelming physique, all who encountered Illaoi were struck by her presence. An intense woman, the priestess is fully committed to the experience of living. She takes what she wants, destroys what she hates, and revels in everything she loves. However, to truly know Illaoi, one must understand the religion she has devoted her life to. Nagakaburos, the deity of her faith, is usually depicted as an enormous serpent head with tentacles spiraling around it in endless motion, with no beginning and no end. One of the 20 wisdoms of Nagakaburos stated, "There can be no rest. We are motion," explaining the way of life. Nagakaburos also has a lot of different terms like the Mother Serpent, the Great Kraken, or even the Bearded Lady. Nagakaburos is the Serpent Isle's god of life, ocean storms and motion. The literal translation of its name is the unending monster that drives the sea and sky. Central to the religion's theology are three tenets. Every spirit was born to serve the universe. Desire was built into every living being by the universe. And the universe only moves toward its destiny when living creatures chase their desires. With these principles, the Bahuru tribe embodied the way of living guided by Nagakaburos, and Illaoi was set to be the Kraken Priestess. In their tribe, lesser priestesses were tasked with maintaining temples, calling holy serpents, and teaching people the ways of Nagakaburos. As the religion's truth-bearer, Illaoi's role is to serve the god directly by unblocking the flow of the universe. To this end, she has two sacred responsibilities. The first duty of a truth-bearer is to be the spearhead in the war against undeath, the creatures also known as wraiths. Having fallen outside of the normal flow of the universe, the undead were considered an abomination against Nagakaburos, breaking the flow of life and death. While it is the responsibility of every priestess of the Kraken to protect the indigenous population from the harrowing, the truth-bearer directly engages its most powerful spirits and drives the black mist back. Second, Illaoi was tasked with seeking out individuals of great potential and challenging them with the test of Nagakaburos. This task is the burden Illaoi's title reflects. With her massive holy relic, the Eye of God, the truth-bearer strips the subject's spirit from their body and then forces them to stand against her to prove their worth. She does this knowing those who fail will be completely annihilated, for the great Kraken has no tolerance for cowardice, doubt, or restraint. But destruction is never the goal. Survivors of the ordeal are forever changed and often find the will to pursue their true destiny. Though Illaoi is the most powerful and respected truth-bearer in 100 generations, it is where she has broken the traditions of her faith that speaks the most about her. Having completed her training as a truth-bearer and at the height of her power, Illaoi left the golden temples of Bahuru for the squalor of nearby Bilgewater. The pirate city is the only place foreigners are permitted on the Serpent Isles, viewed as a fetid gutter by Illaoi's people. Previous truth-bearers ignored the city and viewed the arriving foreigners as little better than untouchables. Illaoi broke with tradition when she chose to protect the residents of Bilgewater from the harrowing, or even more controversially, when she decided that some of its residents had souls worthy of the great test. Despite this, only a handful of temples have been opened in the city, and very few Peilangi, Islander slang for residents of mainlander descent, have ever been permitted inside. Regardless, it is Illaoi who has brought the widespread awareness of the Mother Serpent to Bilgewater, and it is her indomitable spirit that has brought her religion into favor there. Rumors persist that Bilgewater's most bloodthirsty and infamous pirate, Gangplank, had his heart broken by the towering priestess, a rumor that only young Illaoi and Gangplank could tell the truth. To anyone who has ever met her, this is no surprise. Illaoi's rough manner belies subtle intelligence, strength, and magnetic confidence. Many seek Illaoi's favor and welcome her to Bilgewater, yet everyone fears being tested by the Kraken's prophet. One day, a Hierophant encountered Illaoi. She called her the Truth-Bearer, and they must retreat to Bahuru. They cannot save the Peilangi, according to the Hierophant. Illaoi grinned, obviously pleased by the prospect of leaving Bilgewater. Illaoi then said she already mentioned that before. She rolled her shoulders, loosening the muscles to fight off a yawn. Beside the Hierophant, an elderly serpent caller stood. He wore a vestment made from ropes. Each indigo-dyed cord had been woven to curl. Their varying thicknesses and faded kraken ink gave him the illusion of being draped in rough-hewn tentacles. His face was completely covered by a black tattoo depicting the endless teeth of a leviathan's maw. Monks and serpent collars were always trying to look scary. It was an annoying habit of most men. The serpent said that the greatest beasts won't approach Bilgewater. They stay out in the deep water, away from the stench of the slaughter docks. At best, a few half-starved younglings will heed their summons. Only the greatest children of the Gakaburos were strong enough to consume the mists and defend the city from the harrowing. An incoming black mist from the Shadow Isles. The rest of the Serpent Isles didn't have this problem. It was yet another reminder of the ignorance of Bilgewater's population. The mainlanders and their descendants didn't give time for fresh water to flow through and clean their docks. Instead, the Paidlongi settled permanent anchorages around every shore in the bay. It was foolish. Many of the priesthood asserted it was proof the Paidlongi actually wanted to be consumed by the black mists. If Illaoi was going to stay, she would have to find a way to defend the city without serpents. She picked at the food from one of the offering bowls around her before selecting a mango. She needed a plan, and these two fools were useless. A loud crack interrupted her musing. A heavy wooden door had slammed open downstairs. Gangplank's voice howled. The words were unintelligible, echoing around the stone walls. They pulled him from the water as commanded. The Hierophant smiled, adjusting the jade collar of her office. Perhaps it would have been better to let his energy return to Nagakaburos. The Hierophant then said that it was for Nagakaburos to judge, implying that Illaoi's opinion was biased. Illaoi walked between the two clerics, dwarfing the pair of them. Even for an islander, the truth-bearer was tall. It had always been so. She was taller even than the largest Northman. As a girl, she had been self-conscious about it, always feeling like she was stumbling into people. But she had learned. When she moved, they should know enough to get out of her way. She lifted the Eye of God from its stand. The golden idol was larger than a wine barrel and many times the weight. Her fingers tingled against its cold metal. It had been placed next to the giant roaring fire which illuminated the room. But the Eye of God stayed forever cool and damp to the touch. Illaoi deftly shouldered its massive weight. In a dozen years, the truth-bearer had never been more than 2 strides from it. Illaoi then excused herself, telling the Hierophant that she remembered her duties. Illaoi headed down the stairs and said they would not be retreating to Bahuru. She will stop the harrowing there. The High Priestess had done little but complain since arriving from Bahuru, but there was some truth in her words. When Gangplank's ship exploded during the war against misfortune, Illaoi's heart jumped. It had been many years they had laid together, many years since she had ended the relationship. But some feelings still lingered. She had loved him once. Stupid old bastard, Illaoi thought. Surrounded by tall walls of interlocking stones, the courtyard of the temple was shaped like the fanged mouth of a leviathan. The entrance looked over the blue waters of the bay far below. Illaoi stomped down the stairway toward the front gate. She assumed she would have to smack Gangplank in the mouth. He was prone to arrogance and rum. But still, it would be nice to see him. She was unprepared for the snarling creature at her temple's entrance. She knew he had been injured, but not like this. He was limping badly and bent over from shattered ribs. He cradled what was left of his arm. Gangplank swung a pistol around the room with his other arm in a half-mad attempt to force the monks and priestesses to back away from him, oblivious to the fact that these were the very people who had pulled his drowned body from the bay only a few hours ago. Worse, his pistol was clearly empty and completely useless. The two of them talked as Gangplank pointed his fingers to misfortune, to which Illaoi said that she didn't care. Gangplank continued to wail. claiming that Bilgewater was his town. The monks and priestesses surrounding Gangplank tensed at this outburst. That Gangplank was foolish enough to make such a claim while standing in a structure thousands of years older than his city was dangerous in itself. But a Peilongi shouting at the thrice-blessed truth-bearer in her own temple? Any other man would have been dumped into the sea with broken knees. Illaoi then told everyone to leave the two of them. She looked down at Gangplank. It had been 10 years since she'd last seen him. Drink and worry had taken his former dashing looks. Gangplank's voice trailed off when he met her gaze. Illaoi kept her eyes as hard and unforgiving as the Kraken. She gave Gangplank nothing. The priestess of Nagakaburos could show no pity or sympathy, even if it tore at her chest. In despair, the old captain's eyes darted away from hers. Gangplank begged for Illaoi's help, wanting her to side with him, but Illaoi rejected him. She cannot take sides in the pointless war between Gangplank and her friend Misfortune. Illaoi knew what she had to do. She knew it before Gangplank had spoken. She had known years before his ship had sunk. Gangplank had strayed. For too long he had festered in the hatred and self-pity his father had beaten into him. Illaoi had ignored her duty. She had ignored it because she had loved him once, and because she had led him down this path when she left him. He had been content as a killer, a corsair, a true pirate, and never interested in his father's title of Reaver King. He had only set anchor in his bloody quest to become the Lord of Bilgewater after they had parted ways. Illaoi felt a dampness in her eyes. His time had passed. He had been unable to move forward, to advance, to evolve. And now he would not survive the test of Nagakaburos. But he needed to be tested. He was here to be tested. Illaoi looked at the old pirate before her, thinking if she could send him away. Could she trust that Gangplank still has some sliver of strength or ambition that might see him through? If she let him escape, he might live at least. But that was not the way of Nagakaburos. That was not the role of a truth-bearer. This was not the place for doubts or second-guessing. If she trusted her god, she must trust her instincts. If she felt he had to be tested, then it was her god's will. And what fool would choose a man over a god? Gripping the eye of God's handle tightly, Illaoi lowered the heavy gold icon from her shoulder. A familiar lightness replaced it, yet somehow she could still feel its weight there. Gangplank begged, asking for Illaoi to show him some kindness at least. But Illaoi responded that she would show him the truth. Stealing her will, she stomp-kicked Gangplank, her heel smashing into his nose with a crunch. He flew backward like a drunkard, blood pouring down his lip. He rolled over and looked up at her with furious eyes. Illaoi reached out with her mind and called forth the energy of the mother serpent as she swung the giant idol forward. A glowing mist vomited from the icon's mouth, and swirls of blue-green energy formed around the mother serpent's face, solidifying into ghostly tentacles. Touched by gold, these tendrils were as beautiful as the sunrise over water, and as horrifying as the darkest undersea abomination. More tentacles grew from the icon, replicating around the room as if born from some unknowable mathematics. Exponentially, they grew larger, and somehow each one's growth seemed to hold all the promise and horror of the world. Gangplank screamed, but the whirlwind ignored his cries as the storm of tentacles took him. Illaoi yelled, telling Gangplank to face Nagakaburos and prove himself. The tentacles grasped at Gangplank, then dived into his chest. He shuddered as ghostly images of his past lives shook around him. Gangplank screamed as his soul was ripped from his body, his doppelganger stood unmoving before Illaoi. The spirit of Gangplank smoldered an almost blinding blue, its body crackling and flickering through his previous lives. The mass of tentacles attacked the wounded captain. Gangplank rolled and stumbled to his feet, dodging what he could. But for each one that he missed, more and more appeared. Reality twisted and churned around him. The swarm of tentacles crashed against him, pushing him down, pulling him further and further from his soul, toward oblivion. Illaoi wanted to look away. More than anything, she wanted to turn her eyes, but she must witness his passing. He was a great man, but he has failed. The universe demands. Gangplank rose. Slowly, inexorably, and unrelentingly he forced his broken body to stand. He ripped himself from the mass of tentacles and advanced step by painstaking step, roaring through the agony. Bloody and exhausted, he finally stood in front of Illaoi. His eyes bulged with hate and pain, but full of purpose. With his final ounce of strength, he walked into the glowing visage of his spirit and stated that he would be a king. The wind still fell. The tentacles ruptured in bursts of light. Nagakaburos was satisfied. Illaoi smiled and commended Gangplank. Gangplank stood inches from his former love, glaring at her. His back arched and his chest swelled with the sweet air of resolve. He was the proud captain once more. Gangplank turned and walked away from her, no less injured or limping, but his stride now held its familiar boldness. Gangplank growled that the next time he asked for help, just say no. Illaoi then told him to do something about that arm, since Gangplank lost his arm during the encounter with Misfortune. Gangplank ignored Illaoi and told her that it was nice to see her again. He walked out of the temple and down the long steps toward the water below. Illaoi grinned and called Gangplank a stupid old bastard once more. As the monks and Hierophant returned to the antechamber, Illaoi remembered there were 1,000 things she needed to do, 1,000 little burdens she needed to carry. The Truth-Bearer would have to meet with Sarah Fortune, her friend. Illaoi suspected Nagakaburos would soon need to test the bounty hunter next. Since Gangplank passed the test of Nagakaburos, Illaoi instructed the Hierophant to tell Okao and the chiefs to support Gangplank. The Hierophant argued that the city was in chaos. Many wanted his head, and Gangplank wouldn't survive the night. His point was proven as they all looked at the injured captain struggling down the steps. Illaoi hefted the Eye of God onto her shoulder and said Gangplank was still the right man for the job. They can never be certain if they were doing the right thing or how things will happen, but the universe gives them their desires and instincts, so they must trust them. She began walking up the steps from the courtyard to the inner temple, the Truth-Bearer's idol on her shoulder. It was a heavy burden, but Illaoi didn't mind it. Just like everyone had expected, the harrowing was coming, and its target was Bilgewater. The black mist engulfed the islands as Misfortune and her crew ran away from the shadow of war, named Hecarim, an abomination fusion between a man and his horse. Eventually, Misfortune reached the temple where Illaoi resides, but the gates were closed. Misfortune held to the pendant that Illaoi gave her, and shortly, the gates opened. Illaoi stood in the doorway, holding her stone idol out before her like a shield. White mist clung to it like corpuscent. Illaoi then stated that the dead were not welcome there. Rafen, one of Misfortune's crew, and the others immediately went inside the temple. They hauled the door shut and dropped a heavy spar of seasoned oak into place on the rusted anchors to either side. A huge impact slammed into the door. Wood split and splinters flew. Illaoi turned and walked past Misfortune, still sprawled on a mosaic floor of seashells and clay fragments. Misfortune playfully said that Illaoi took her sweet time. The temple was filled with at least 200 people, maybe more. She saw a wide cross-section of Bilgewater's denizens, its native population, pirates, traitors, and assorted sea scum, together with travelers unlucky or unwise enough to seek a berth so close to the harrowing. Illaoi heads towards a many-tentacled statue at the center of the temple. Misfortune tried to make sense of it, but gave up when her eye kept getting lost in the many spirals and looping curves. Illaoi set her idol in a concave depression in the statue. She began moving in a circle around the statue, beating a rhythmic pattern on her thighs and chest with her fists. The people in the temple joined her circling, beating palms against bare skin, stamping their feet, and speaking in a language Misfortune didn't understand. Misfortune questioned what they were doing, and Illaoi said they were giving some motion back to the world, but they needed time. Misfortune confidently took the role as her crew served as a distraction from the wraiths. The temple walls shook with the violence of the assault. Black mist oozed between ill-fitting planks and through cracks in the scavenged glass of the windows. The door shuddered in its frame. Grasping claws of mist tore at the wood. Screams echoed as a howling gale battered the mist-matched timbers of the roof. Misfortune and her crew tried to handle the situation, but the wraiths were overpowering them. Not to mention, Hecarim was banging at the gates, forcing his way into the temple. Misfortune looked back at Illaoi. The priestess was surrounded by her people, all of them still circling the statue and performing their fist-thumping, palm-slapping ritual. It didn't appear to be achieving anything. The strange statue remained unmoving and impotent. Shortly, a section of the roof ripped loose and spun off into the tempest surrounding the temple. A swirling column of spirits boiled inside and touched down like a tornado. Wraiths and things that defied understanding spun from the unliving vortex to fall upon the living. Finally, the door gave out and exploded inwards, the timbers dry and rotted by the touch of the dead. The skirling blast of a hunting horn filled the temple, and Misfortune's hands flew to her ears at its deafening echoes. Hecarim rode into the temple, crushing the men who'd been bracing the doors with their bodies. Their souls were drawn up into the shadow of war's flaming glaive, and the cold fire of its edge illuminated the temple with loathsome radiance. His death knights rode at his back, and the spirits already within the temple drew back in recognition of Hecarim's terrible glory. And there, Illaoi reiterated that the dead were not welcome there. Misfortune looked up to see the priestess towering over her, stout and majestic. Pale light clung to her limbs and sparkled on the stone tablet she held in her trembling hands. Veins stood out like hawsers on her neck, and her jawline was taut with effort. Sweat ran in runnels down her face. Whatever Illaoi was doing was costing her greatly. Hecarim told Illaoi that these mortal souls were his to claim, but Illaoi firmly said they were not. That place is the house of Nagakaburos, who stands in opposition to the dead. Hecarim challenged Illaoi, thinking he could beat her. Deaf as well as dead, Illaoi grinned as a swelling radiance built behind her. Misfortune turned and saw the spiraling statue bathed in blinding radiance. White light smoked from its surfaces and shadows fled from its touch. She shielded her eyes as the light billowed outwards like writhing tentacles, and where it met the black mist, it stripped it bare, exposing the twisted souls within. The sinuous light pulled the dead onwards, purging the baleful magic that cursed them to underneath so very long ago. She expected screams, but instead, The unbound dead wept with joy as their souls were freed to move on. The light spread over the cracked walls of the temple, and as it touched her, misfortune cried out as the deathly numbness in her flesh was banished in a rush of heat and life. The light of Nagakaburos closed on Hecarim, and misfortune saw his fear at the thought of what transformation it might work upon him. What could be so awful that it was better to remain cursed? Illaoi then said that Hecarim could be free too, her voice strained to the limits of endurance by what she had unleashed. Hecarim roared and swept his glaive at Illaoi's neck. Misfortune's blade intercepted it in a clashing flare of sparks. Illaoi shook her head and told Hecarim to get out of her city before she banished him. Hecarim's blade drew back for another strike, but before the blow could land, the light finally pierced his veil of darkness. He bellowed in pain and fell back from its burning touch. The Dark Rider's outline shimmered like two picture box images wavering in candlelight on the same backcloth. Misfortune caught a fleeting glimpse of a tall rider, armored in silver and gold, a young man, handsome and proud, with dark eyes and a future of glory ahead of him. Hecarim roared and galloped from the temple. His death knights in the darkness went with him, a shrieking host of tattered spirits following in their wake. With that, Hecarim fled. The light of Nagakaburos spread over Bilgewater like the coming dawn. None who saw it could ever remember so sweet a sight. The first rays of sunlight after a storm, the first hint of warmth after a bitter winter. The black mist withdrew before it, roiling in a churning maelstrom of panicked spirits. The dead turned on one another in a frenzy, some fighting to return from whence they had come, as others actively sought out the light's release. Silence fell as the black mist drew back over the ocean, drawn to the cursed island where it claimed dominion. True dawn broke over the eastern horizon, and a cleansing wind blew through the city as the people of Bilgewater let out a collective breath. The harrowing was over, at least in Bilgewater, but Illaoi's job was far from over. As days passed by, Illaoi stayed true to her mission. The goddess Nagakaburos sends a vision to her champion, a task to put down the infamous Blood Harbor Ripper named Pike, a revenant bent on assassinating dishonorable captains from a seemingly endless hit list. With a group of Bahuru warriors, she heads to the slaughter docks to learn more about Pike's whereabouts, and finds him in the warrens about to kill another captain. Illaoi caught Pike in the act and stopped him. Illaoi subjects Pike to the test of spirit, but interestingly, the mother serpent finds him worthy and he escapes. She then experiences a vision, seeing a great battle involving Gangplank and Sarah again. Illaoi returns to the Bahuru grotto and consults a Bahuru elder regarding Pike passing the goddess test. She cannot fathom why the goddess would consider him worthy and questions the decision she has made as truth-bearer. But the elder tells her to have faith in Nagakaburos' will. She is soon informed of a strange man her people have fished out of the water, and meets Braum, a muscular iceborn from Freljord. Illaoi approached him, and Braum told Illaoi that he came from the Freljord, where a great plague had struck land and claimed the lives of many children. He promised to find a cure and sailed to the Shadow Isles in search of the mythical waters of life. While sailing, he was attacked by the Black Mist and lost his shield during the fight, but was saved by the Bahuru and brought to Bilgewater. The two are soon met by members of Fortune's gang, who request an audience with Illaoi. The two head to Fortune's estate and discuss the return of the Black Mist. Braum and Illaoi head to Grey Harbor to investigate, while Sarah stays behind to fortify Bilgewater. Illaoi mentions to Braum that Sarah has not decided on how to rule Bilgewater, but so far seems to take a violent approach. Braum and Illaoi arrive at the gate quarantining Grey Harbor and demand entrance. Once the gate opens, they are immediately attacked by the Black Mist, but an Ionian swordsman named Yasuo arrives and aids them in fighting the Mistwalkers. Seeing a common goal, the three decide to venture into Grey Harbor together. Illaoi informs Braum of Bilgewater's history with Black Mist. The Serpent Isles are ravaged by a harrowing every couple of years, and Grey Harbor was the site of the last harrowing. During that battle, Illaoi called on Nagakaburos to cleanse Grey Harbor of the Black Mist, but the infection has crept back up. Later on, the group finds Gangplank's crew, the Jagged Hooks, undisturbed by the Black Mist. They decided to further investigate. They sneak into the building and confront Malik, who reveals that a Vastayan named Ari had passed through and was following Gangplank after he took the Sunstone. Malik reveals that the Jagged Hooks are protected from the Black Mist because of a special necklace, which Illaoi recognizes as a Bahuru artifact. After dispatching his men, the group corners Malik, but he destroys his necklace and is killed by a powerful Mistwalker. The trio defeats the Spectre and heads to a nearby Bahuru temple, hoping to find some clues about stopping the Black Mist, or Ari's whereabouts. Inside the temple, Illaoi discovers that an outsider has recently taken the temple's treasures. The group descends into the temple's catacombs to investigate the scene. After passing several trials, they discover that the temple has been corrupted by Jatal, the false goddess, and the Naga. After defeating Naga, Illaoi cleanses the temple of corruption and speaks to a Bahuru ancestor. The spirit reveals that Gangplank has stolen Bahuru artifacts from the temple, and that his attack allowed the Naga to corrupt the temple. Illaoi confides to the spirit that Gangplank was her former lover who had come to her after his downfall. The beaten captain begged the Bahuru to help him reclaim Bilgewater, but Illaoi's responsibility as truth-bearer demanded she subject him to the lethal test of spirit. Gangplank was found worthy, so Illaoi ordered the Bahuru to aid him. But now she questions the decision after he allied himself with the Shadow Isles. The spirit reassures her that the truth will become clear as long as she remains on the Mother Serpent's path. Illaoi decides to tell Sarah that Gangplank is still alive, but she cannot learn the whole truth. The party returns to Fortune's estate, where Illaoi reveals that Gangplank is alive and is bringing another harrowing to Bilgewater. Fortune becomes furious and kicks them out. After calming down, she joins them, level-headed. They gather a crew and arrive at the docks to find a new ship, commandeered by Fortune. Sarah allows Braum to christen the ship, the Charming Lady. Aboard the Charming Lady, Yasuo reminisces about his past. Sarah tries recruiting him into her gang, but he remains steadfast about his mission to protect Ari. Below the deck, Braum and Illaoi discuss the sickness afflicting the Freljord. He worries it will be challenging to solve a problem that cannot be fixed with strength alone. Then Illaoi and Sarah discuss how they will save Bilgewater. While Illaoi is determined to stop the coming harrowing, Sarah is focused on killing Gangplank. Out of nowhere, the ship is soon attacked by a sea monster, and Pike surfaces to strike the final blow to the beast. He reveals that the voices in his head have been pacified ever since he passed the test of spirit, and that Gangplank is his next target. The group reluctantly allows him to join them, and they continue sailing to the Shadow Isles. On the Shadow Isles, the group encounters the treant named Maokai, who mistakes them for enemies and attacks. Ari, the Vastayan that Yasuo was looking for, interjects and calms Maokai down, explaining that they are not here to corrupt the Isles. She reveals that Gangplank is working with Thresh and has blocked their path with the walls of black mist. Ari shows them the history of the Blessed Isles and how Maokai helped the island flourish with the waters of life. Now the tainted waters are corrupting the roots. Maokai offers to destroy the walls of mist if they can cleanse his roots. Ari heads to the Shadow Vaults to learn more about her people, but promises Braum to share any water she finds. The group insists on assisting her, and she reluctantly lets them join her. At the bottom vault, Ari discovers Vasani's markings on a door and learns that her people were tied to the vaults of the Blessed Isles. She opens the door, and the group defeats the shadow, poisoning Maokai's roots. They manage to cleanse his roots, but were unable to find any clean water. Maokai has begun to heal, but remains too weak to breach the walls of mist. He informs the group of an ancient Bahuru temple, where they can bless one of his seeds to reinvigorate him. They find the temple has long since drowned beneath the sea, and Pike senses that it is guarded by sea monsters. Illaoi returns to the Bahuru Elder to request the aid of the Serpent Callers, who can summon larger monsters to drive out hostile monsters. Pike then summons a Joelfish to help them enter the temple. Inside, Illaoi learns that the Bahuru had a connection with the people of the Blessed Isles, and that there is a forgotten forge on the island. As they purify Maokai's seed, its corruption almost overwhelms Ari. As they return to the Shadow Isles, Illaoi confesses to Braum that she has been struggling with the decision she has made during their journey, having gone against the teachings of Nagakaburos. Illaoi swears Braum to secrecy and reveals that she knew Gangplank was still alive and had saved him because the Mother Serpent had found him worthy. She didn't tell Sarah of her actions because she knew the captain would hunt him, but now she questions if Gangplank was meant to die. Braum thinks that the goddess is merely testing Illaoi and reassures her that she will triumph. The two of them developed a good friendship, but Illaoi saw more than that. Illaoi even found Braum physically attractive. During their journey, Illaoi invited Braum to be more intimate, but her advances were denied by Braum. He quietly declined since it was an inopportune time. They needed to focus on the upcoming battle for now. Upon landing, the party meets Nekrit, a lucid spirit who exposes the origin of the ruination that transformed the land. He also says that Gangplank and Thresh plan to revive the Ruined King to unleash a harrowing that would blanket the world. They return the purified seed to Maokai, and with its power, he clears the way to Thresh's dungeon. As a token of gratitude, Maokai offers some of his leaves, infused with the remaining water of life, to cure Braum's people. Inside the Library of Agony, Ari discovers Vasani artifacts in Thresh's possession. She finds the sunstone that Gangplank had brought, but it remains dormant. The champions confront the Chain Warden as he creates a portal to Viego's chamber. It was an intense battle. They thought they successfully defeated the Chain Warden, but Thresh escaped before they could finish him off. They use his portal to reach the heart of the Isles to stop Gangplank before he can unleash the king. Gangplank draws out Viego, but the Ruined King proves too powerful and possesses him. Viego commands Gangplank to deal with the interlopers while he heads to Bilgewater to search for his queen's crown. It was a swift battle as the group defeated Gangplank and freed him from possession. Ari retrieves Viego's memories from the mist emanating from Gangplank and discovers the truth about Viego's love. He was possessive to the point of cruelty and had an unhealthy obsession when the queen died. Viego discarded these memories because they terrified him, reminding him of who he was. The party races back to Bilgewater to stop Viego's rampage, taking Gangplank as a prisoner. Below the deck, Illaoi confronts Gangplank about all that he has done. He expresses remorse about allying with Thresh, and Illaoi convinces him to help them. He gives her his amulet, now corrupted after the battle, and reveals that the Ruined King draws power from his love, but can be weakened by a secret Thresh knew. Illaoi deduces it was the memories that Ari had discovered, and plans to have Sarah use them to battle Viego. The charming lady manages to catch up to Viego, but he shipwrecks them on Windrake Isle. Each one of the crew felt different experiences as the wind on the island made them face their past. Eventually, The crew became triumphant and they rebuilt the ship. With that, they ship back to Bilgewater before Viego. While Sarah takes Gangplank into custody, Illaoi returns to the Bahuru Elder to warn of the ruined king's attack. She shows the broken amulet, but the Bahuru do not have the resources to repair it. Illaoi suggests using the Bahuru Forge on the Shadow Isles. The Elder says that the ancestors had abandoned the forge for a reason, deeming it forbidden. Pike suggests consulting Nekrit instead. The group also catches the rumor of a strange shipwreck with beams of blue light emerging from the sea. Braum recognizes that this is his ship and recovers his mighty shield. Nekrit informs them that the Bahuru Forge lies within the vault of the Vasani. Inside the forge, Illaoi declares that she will no longer wait for the goddess's instruction and demands she come to them instead. Each champion bears their soul before the altar and they summon the Mother Serpent. The champions face an avatar of Nagakaburos as a test of worthiness. All of them passed and succeeded in cleansing the amulet. Before they leave, Illaoi reveals the truth to Sarah, that she saved Gangplank and ordered the Bahuru to aid him. The news angered Sarah Fortune, but she appreciated Illaoi's honesty and felt her sincerity. While Fortune is willing to find common ground with Illaoi, she remained determined to kill Gangplank. The group returns to Bilgewater and sees the Bahuru already fighting the ruined king. The battle was so intense that each one of them was required to do something for the team as the Wraiths defended their king. Thanks to their brilliant plan, Ari weakens Viego with his memories and Sarah unleashes the amulet against him. Viego initially resists, but the group's combined force weakens his resolve long enough to focus the amulet again. The black mist begins to overwhelm Sarah, where Viego tempts her with promises of power, to kill Gangplank, to conquer Bilgewater, and even to bring back her mother. Illaoi places a reassuring hand on Sarah's shoulder, and the rest of the group witnesses Fortune stand resolutely and seal Viego within the amulet. Despite their differences, Sarah reconciles with Illaoi and entrusts her to hide the amulet. After the battle, Rafen informs Fortune that Gangplank has escaped, and she resumes hunting her nemesis. The gangs continue to harbor sympathies for Gangplank, so Sarah begins a purge of his allies. Illaoi begs her to quit this hunt for revenge and look to Bilgewater's future. Sarah responds that even though she can now believe in fantastical realities, Gangplank's death remains her own conviction. Ari, Braum, Illaoi, and Yasuo celebrate their victory at a tavern and part ways, with Ari returning to the Shadow Isles to learn more about the Vasani, Braum returning to the Freljord with the cure, Illaoi remaining in Bilgewater to keep an eye on Fortune, and Yasuo heading to Noxus to settle some unfinished business, after he escorts Braum home. Meanwhile, in the deep, Pike writes a new name on his list: Viego. Going back a few years, long before Illaoi became a truth-bearer of her people, Illaoi had been an acolyte priestess at a Bahuru temple on the coast. Every morning, she went down to the shoreline to exercise in the sun. She tried to focus on the principles her teachers held dear: discipline, motion, strength. One morning, Illaoi had been alone on the beach when the sea dropped low, lower than a low tide. The lookouts on the Serpent Collar Towers began ringing their alarm bells and pointing toward the horizon. A great wave loomed, rushing toward shore with the strength to pulverize bone and rip swimmers out to sea. A tsunami was on its way, and the tribe had to evacuate. In the moments after the alarms rang out, fear blanketed Illaoi's mind. Her teacher's lessons abandoned her all at once. Her mind was scrambled, not knowing if she had enough to escape from the tsunami. She glanced at the wave, then at the waterline. At her feet, she noticed a swarm of pink crabs. The wave had sucked the water away, and the crabs were frozen, absolutely still on the wet rocks. Paralyzed by sunshine and surprise, and indecision. Little creatures, too small to understand the fear they felt. A crab couldn't do much to avoid a wave like that. But Illaoi could. She shook herself into action and sprinted to the temple gates, just in time for the priestesses to slam them shut. As she perched on the temple's parapet and watched the wave hit the shore, Illaoi thought about how she had stood in paralysis and fear, something that she never experienced before. She then thought that she could have died. It was the closest she'd come to death in her 16 years. Illaoi then told her teachers that she would not do that again. Nagakaburos, the mother serpent, loved those who grew and changed. She had no sympathy for those who carried on as before while the wave bore down on them. This distinct memory of her was still intact, affecting Illaoi up to the present day. It could also be one of the reasons why she managed to stand her ground against the shadow of war himself. Going back to the present day, these days, something about the streets of Bilgewater reminded her of those frightened crabs. It was noon. The sun was high and hot. Usually the streets would be filled with sailors celebrating shore leave or sea monster hunters spending their earnings. But that day, the streets were full of people hurrying about their business, heads down, silent. Bilgewater was on the edge of a civil war, but this was no battle of fresh and eager wills. Sarah Fortune and Gangplank were fighting the same damned war they'd fought already. The same war they'd fight 100 times if they could. Gangplank wanted his throne back. Sarah wanted him dead. The city stank of the stagnation lurking in their hearts. Each believed that victory would give them the things they had lost. Respect, perhaps. Justice for the long-lost dead. Something to soothe the pain of defeat and failure. It would be so much easier if Illaoi cared nothing for either of them, she thought. But Sarah was her closest friend, and Gangplank her former lover. Never before had two people been so trapped by their past, and so eager to waste their potential. Illaoi glanced down at the lockbox under her arm, and muttered that this was its fault too. It was the lockbox where they imprisoned the ruined king, and the lockbox screamed back at her. Its screams were quiet, just soft enough that they were hard to hear without listening closely. But whenever Illaoi focused on them, a hateful presence started scrabbling at the edge of her mind. The fellow within the lockbox, the screamer who hurled horrible, muffled imprecations at Illaoi day and night, was to blame for everything. It was he who put the shadow on Sarah's soul. Just then, some of Sarah's crew came marching around the corner. Cutlasses and pistols hung from every belt, and every knuckle was ornamented with brass. They were streaked with blood and sweat and gunpowder. The fighting had been hard. And with them, of course, was Sarah Fortune herself. She looked exhausted. The right sleeve of her fancy captain's coat was stained with blood. Her shoulders were hunched, and her hat was tipped low, as if a cold rain only she could feel battered her from above. Illaoi and Miss Fortune chatted for a bit. Illaoi was a bit concerned about Miss Fortune's current state, while Miss Fortune shrugged it off like a normal day of chasing Gangplank. Sarah then pointed at the wailing lockbox and told Illaoi that they should finish their business with that box. They turned to a nearby artifact dealer's shop. While Sarah's crew remained on guard outside, guns drawn, Illaoi led the way inside. The loop in the owner's eye flashed as they entered, welcoming Illaoi after not seeing her for a long time. Jordan Irex was a spindly fellow with knees and elbows heading in every direction. He was also the only artifacts dealer in the city with mixed Pelongi and Buhuru heritage. Illaoi often went to him for help identifying the relics she couldn't recognize. And this time, Illaoi has a puzzle for him. The moment Illaoi's key clicked in the lockbox, Sarah shuddered. A sickly light blazed a slash of teal across the wall. Inside the box sat an amulet. 3 curved stones carved in the Bahuru style and looped together with a thin wire. They glowed brightly with the light of a trapped soul. Jordan asked if the one trapped inside was Viego of Camivor, to which Illaoi confirmed. It had been only a week since this furious shade of an ancient king attempted to turn Bilgewater into a smoking crater. The whole city knew his name now, and knew to curse his memory. If he gets out of this amulet, he will do it all again. Misfortune shared that this was her temporary solution, lacking any long-term plans. Illaoi then explained that their historians said that the stones were made of serpent amber, but they didn't know if shattering the artifact would kill or release the spirit inside. Jordan called it the artifact of the goddess's tears, a Bahuru term for the serpent amber. He then said that the item was so rare that only a fool would practice smashing it. Jordan then leaned close and adjusted his loop. After examining it for a few seconds, Jordan claimed that the item was indeed crafted by a Bahuru artisan, due to its distinct style. However, he questioned the markings on the back of the amulet. Illaoi laughed and answered it was the Shadow Isles. Their people studied with the scholars from Camivor decades ago, and most likely, if Viego escaped, he would transform Bilgewater into a twisted graveyard too. Jordan excused himself for a moment to look for the right tools, while Illaoi and Misfortune were left in an awkward silence. Sarah broke the silence between them and immediately claimed that she knew what Illaoi was going to say, and never bothered attempting to say so. Illaoi then answered that she was not planning to ask her anything. After their last fight, there was no use belaboring Sarah with a truth she refused to listen to. Illaoi said that she was not going to talk about Sarah's futile hunt for Gangplank or what it's doing to the city. She was planning to let them stand in awkward silence. Sarah scowled and said she was having a terrible week. They silenced themselves when Jordan burst back into the room. He carried a scroll covered with a strange script Illaoi didn't recognize, and there was a drawing of a tower. Jordan pointed to a matching symbol etched onto the back of the amulet, telling them it was the sign of its makers, the Brethren of the Dusk. Sarah answered that she never heard of these people, to which Jordan answered that the religious order from the Blessed Isles died out long ago. This meant that Sarah and Illaoi were facing a dead end. But Jordan suddenly remembered that there was a mad hermit who claimed he represented them, but that place was a lost cause. The twisted spirits of the happy folk who had once called the Blessed Isles home were not good neighbors. 1,000 years wandering under the shadow of the black mist had turned most of them into beasts, wraiths, specters, and mistwalkers, contorted into endless, hideous reflections of mortal weakness. Any living person who chose to live alongside those shades must be uncommonly strong and very strange. Some of the mortals who made their homes on the Isles worshipped death and disease, and spiders too, for some reason. But Illaoi had not yet met a Shadow Isles dweller she couldn't flatten like a sea star beneath her goddess's idol. Illaoi then said that such things don't frighten her, and claimed that not long ago they killed Thresh, the Isle's greatest monster. At least that's what she thought. Illaoi then said that compared to Thresh, parleying with this hermit would be a simple task. He may know something about the amulet, and that was their only hope. In the end, they paid Jordan and stepped out onto the street. Sarah muttered that she didn't expect the situation would send Illaoi back to the Shadow Isles. She seemed apologetic at that moment, and Illaoi nodded. Before trapping Viego in the amulet, they'd tracked and fought him on the Isles. Camping in collapsed ruins and sharing meals around a campfire were joyful when friends were there. But to go back so soon, alone, would be melancholy. Shortly, Misfortune realized that Illaoi would need a ship. She then instructed her to find a captain named Matter Reuven, since that person owed her. Captain Reuven knows the safe routes to the Shadow Isles, but Misfortune warns Illaoi to never tell him about the amulet. Illaoi agreed, responding that only a few they could trust in this city. Suddenly, Misfortune's face turned red as her brow tightened. Illaoi then realized that she said the wrong thing. She then explained that she meant differently, and Sarah cannot fully trust her because she will not fight in the headless war against Gangplank. Illaoi then said that she was aware that Misfortune was still furious at her, but her friendship comes with challenges, with change. Misfortune then shared that she could hear everything that the Ruined King said inside the amulet. She could hear the box whispering from all the way across the city, a burden that she suffered each day since they locked Viego. Illaoi embraced her friend. The need came over her, and she did it without worrying what Sarah would think. At first, Sarah held back, but then she returned the embrace. Tears started at the corners of her eyes. Illaoi told Misfortune that she was meant for more than this scenario, meant for better things. But no matter how many times she said it, Sarah never understood. Sarah rubbed her hand across a damp eye and questioned Illaoi's words. She then told Illaoi to say those words to Gangplank. Shortly, Misfortune ordered Captain Reuven herself, and the arrangement was so fast that they were ready for sail by the very next day. When Illaoi arrived, the ship was swarming with sailors, hurrying to make it seaworthy. Reuven hollered orders from the command deck. He was older, slender, and knobbly elbowed, with a halo of frizzy, wind-blasted orange hair. But Illaoi thought that she could snap him in half. Those were her two categories of people, ones she could snap in half, and ones she could not. It made the world an easier place to navigate. Reuven waved Illaoi up to the command deck and said she knew her, the Bahuru Queen. Illaoi corrected him, saying that was not her title. Her role was the Truth-Bearer, a priestess. Reuven shrugged it off and explained the ship was a disaster, since he only had 12 hours to prepare the deck. Illaoi asked if they could leave in that instant, and Reuven answered that they should, or else Sarah Fortune would include him in one of her dockside executions. Illaoi headed down to the cabin, as per Reuven's instructions. The ship's passageways were so cramped that Illaoi could barely fit her idol down the stairs into the lower deck. The enormous orb of sea-tempered metal was wider across than Illaoi's muscled shoulders. Down here, the roof was too low to carry it comfortably on her back, and the passageways were too narrow to carry it at her side. She had to balance it on her hip and shuffle crabwise between the cannons. When the ship lifted its anchor and turned to ride the wind, Illaoi made her way up to the breezy command deck to speak with Reuven again. The jagged roofline of the city was soon hidden by wave chops and clouds of soaring birds. The two of them talked about the comparison between Bilgewater and Shadow Isles. During their conversation, Reuven finally admitted why she owed Misfortune such a great price. Reuven tried to blow Misfortune's ship, but it wasn't his idea. The plan failed, and Misfortune was ready to execute him. He begged her for forgiveness and offered her his service, which led to the present situation. Illaoi also figured that Reuven loved to talk, and they pretty much talked about everything. Things about his father and how he learned the ways of the Shadow Isles himself. Illaoi realized that Captain Reuven wasn't as bad as he thought he was in their first encounter. In the final days of their trip, the daylight was less reliable. Each afternoon, an early evening crept across the sun and drowned its light in an exhausted gray. It was the black mist, its frayed edges at least. The lookouts grew more tense. The mist's cover could give safe passage to furious wraiths of all kinds. Illaoi always made the most converts to her faith among sailors who had been to the Shadow Isles. When they heard her preach against stagnation, they knew what she meant. Black sand shores, rotten, twisted, leafless trees, monuments of slick, dark stone, moist from ocean spray, buried by heaps of ancient loam. As those haunted isles loomed on the horizon, Reuven joked constantly and obnoxiously, ribbing sailors about their frowns. The Bahuru term for people like him was wave dodgers, those who shift back and forth on the beach, trying to keep their toes dry with frivolous and frightened motion, many small steps to avoid a bigger one. When the Isles were close enough to pick out the ruined towers on the hilltops, though, Reuven turned his frantic energy into action. He vanished into his cabin, then returned brandishing a bundle of paper scrawled with notes and diagrams. When he replaced the navigator at the ship's wheel, he looked as if he were about to vomit. The ship began a strange dance toward the shore. Reuven grappled with the wheel, throwing his scrawny weight into every urgent turn. The ship's timbers groaned, and the tips of jagged rocks passed less than an arm's length from the hull. Illaoi glanced at Reuven's inscrutable papers. No wonder Sarah kept him alive. Whatever knowledge he has is useless in translation. They came to a stop in a rocky little cove. Shattered stones hid it from the open sea, and sheer cliffs concealed the mast and sails from the shoreline. A rare, safe harbor, and luckily, not too far from the monastery. About 20 sailors, more than half the crew, went ashore for their mission. The monastery would be a few hours' walk inland. Illaoi brought only her idol, a full canteen, and the lockbox. She then instructed the crew to stay close to her, because her goddess scorns the mist. The mist fears her idol. The sailors fell into place behind Illaoi and Reuven as they pushed into the forest. Illaoi's idol parted the mist, revealing strange architecture and foliage on either side of their path. Everything was frozen in a moment of decay. Desiccated trees, more ancient in life than the citadels of the Bahuru capital, scraped the sailors' faces and shoulders as they trudged by. Soon they found themselves among the ruins of a small town. Crumbling walls forced them to twist and turn through the underbrush. They slowed to pass, single file, along a tight path through the thicket, what might have once been an alleyway. As they moved forward, the surroundings looked the same. One of the crew, named Christoph, questioned if Illaoi knew where they were going, to which she answered that she did. Reuven told the crew to shut up, but it just sparked an argument, since some of the crew still held awful sentiments about their captain messing up with misfortune. They wouldn't be there in the first place if Captain Reuven had not attacked Sarah Fortune. Illaoi commanded them to stop, but now everyone joined the argument and their raised voices echoed through the forest. Illaoi knew this would draw enemies. Behind the shouts, she could pick out a quiet crunching noise, like footsteps through the heavy loam. The thicket beside the path suddenly churned. Branches scraped against one another with a sound like blades drawn across bones. Claw-like brambles unfurled into hands. There was a face in every bush and tree, withered like those of the unshriven dead. The arguing turned to screaming, and then the thicket smashed shut. The path was gone in an instant. The sailors bolted in sheer terror. She saw one dash into the woods, but he was slammed to the ground by a knotty branch. The trees closed over him, strangling his panicked shout. Illaoi even caught a glimpse of Reuven's back as he ran away through the trees, his papers scattering behind him. Coward, she thought. Then the wraiths were upon her. The sailors nearest Illaoi fought back, but their swords did nothing. It was like stabbing a thorn bush. The wraiths pressed forward through a hail of glancing blows and stabbed the sailors with splintered wooden limbs. When a wraith lunged toward her, Illaoi ferociously swung her idol. Her strike was true. Its body echoed like a hollow bucket and burst into pieces. When another rushed forward, Illaoi punched it so hard it snapped in half like a rotten fence post. Illaoi lifted her idol in the air and slammed it down into the mud. The sailors staggered, but the wraiths flew back, repelled by the idol's blazing green glow. Peilongi always asked her, where do the tentacles come from? She'd tell them, it doesn't matter. The goddess was everywhere, in everything that changed. She could go anywhere and be anything because anything could change. A wraith, for example, could change into many tiny pieces of wraith. A protective wall of tentacles erupted from the ground and began transforming wraiths into sawdust. Illaoi helped. Bushes and trees splintered. Knotty wooden heads went rolling through the mud like bowls. She caught a glimpse of a wraith flung high in the air, spread-eagled. It looked like a bird. When the wraiths nearest them had fallen to pieces, Illaoi hefted her idol onto her shoulder, and the tentacles faded away. The trail was eerily quiet. There was no sign of the sailors who'd run off, not even distant screams. Even the dead were missing. Borne off, perhaps, or buried beneath roots. Illaoi then told the group to collect their breath and check who was missing. From almost 20 into only 7, and Kristoff was among them. Kristoff then asked if they should go and look for their captain. He didn't seem enthusiastic, knowing it was his fault that dragged them into this mess. They can't sail away from here without Reuven. Illaoi saw Reuven's bundle of charts lying on the ground, soaked through with mud. She picked it up and fished out the map she'd given him. Behind the grime, the way to the monastery was still visible. On the ship, he'd seemed ready to change, but he'd returned to cowardice in the end. A stagnant soul, forever tossed about by the tides of others' whims. She'd only be saving him to use him, Illaoi thought, like Sarah and the others did, and searching for him with only 7 injured and exhausted sailors. They would surely die. Kristoff and his crewmates did not deserve such a fate. The living can still change and grow, she reminded herself. The dead cannot. Her decision was clear. She then answered that they must press ahead. They shall have to rely upon the charity of the hermit who lives there. It wasn't long before the monastery loomed up out of the mist. It seemed well maintained. Its tall tower looked just like the one carved on the amulet. As Illaoi approached the gate, a man leaped into the path ahead of her. He looked so much like a beast of the Isles, she almost smashed him with her idol, but the monster croaked and said he was Reuven. For a moment, the whole group simply stared. Reuven's body was completely coated with mud. His jacket was soaked with blood. Dead twigs were trapped in his hair. He looked like he'd been run over by a herd of giant rock crabs. Illaoi was relieved. For a moment. Then her frustration returned in full force. She then said that Reuven's actions were shameful for leaving his crew. Reuven seemed shocked and replied that he thought that Illaoi would be glad to see him alive. At that moment, Illaoi snapped. She believed that Reuven wanted to change, but she was proven wrong when Reuven abandoned his duty to his crew. Reuven faced his crew with an embarrassed glance, while Kristoff questioned how Reuven survived. Illaoi answered since she saw Reuven run for his life. Reuven then admitted that he has protection on his own. This further angered Illaoi, knowing that Reuven chose to save himself rather than share it with the group. However, Illaoi leveled her anger and readjusted her focus towards the mission. She then told Reuven that they would discuss his shame on the boat. But for now, they must enter the monastery. Illaoi turned and knocked on the massive wooden door. The sound echoed in some open space beyond. Then, high above, someone cleared his throat and asked, "Who goes there?" Illaoi introduced herself, and her title was the Truth-Bearer of the Bahuru. She explained that she sought the hermit, who represents the Brethren of the Dusk, and asked if they may take shelter there. The man paused for a moment, and then told Illaoi that he would let them in, but they must not lay their hands on any creature inside. The doors slowly began to grind open. Each door was more than twice as tall as Illaoi and enormously heavy. When they were cracked open about an arm's length, she saw who was pushing them from within. Mistwalkers. They were spirits, shaped like hunched, tired men and women, with long dragging arms and slack mouths ringed with fangs. But unlike others Illaoi had seen, they moved in passive, obedient silence, heaving against the door like dutiful footmen. Illaoi recoiled, shocked, but the Mistwalkers did not lunge for her. Behind her, the sailors reached for their weapons. The man from the parapet stepped into view and asked if they frightened them. He then explained that these creatures were his companions. Illaoi had never seen anyone like him before. He was robed like a priest, but built like a boulder, with huge shoulders muscled by hard work. Not a man she could snap in half. In one hand, he carried a heavy shovel of dark, rugged metal, stained with dirt, as if he'd just come from digging these beasts out of their graves. Illaoi noticed that his arms were not sleeved. Their bluish tone, that was his bare skin. This man was no joke, and he was the so-called hermit that they were looking for. With extreme curiosity, Illaoi asked if the man was also a Mistwalker. She had allied with Mistwalkers before, though it gave her no joy. Creatures trapped in the stagnation of death often brought pain to the living and were an unholy affront to the sanctity of life. The man smiled and clarified if Illaoi was indeed asking if he was alive, which was a fair question considering the place that they were in. The man made a thoughtful shrug and said he was a caretaker of the place. He then invited everyone to enter the place. The courtyard beyond was filled with Mistwalkers carrying scraps of wood and rocks, clambering among the rows of gravestones. They paid the newcomers no mind, though their mouths hung open and their eyes were vacant. They seemed to be driven by some strange mission. Reuven whispered that the situation was mindlessness. The man clearly had an army. Illaoi then pointed out the man that was some kind of protection too, since the black mist did not attack him. The hermit overheard them and told them that he didn't need any of that protection, since he had the maiden who watched over him. He then pointed to the top of the tower. Illaoi caught a glimpse of a figure up there, but it retreated behind the parapet, as if ashamed to be seen. At that moment, Illaoi finally asked the name of the hermit, and he answered. The man's name is Yorick, and he is the last brethren of his post. He has been in that place since the ruination when everything happened. Illaoi had never imagined a home like Yorick's. The empty halls of the monastery were alive with the motion of Mistwalkers. They walked the clean-slept floors in silence, each fixed on some cryptic duty. She felt her skin prickle and her mouth go dry. It was not fear. It was anger. He keeps the dead in servitude. Unconscionable. Disgusting. She kept this thought to herself, however. This man could still help save Bilgewater. Yorick observed and told them they had trouble on the road. He gestured to a spiraling stairwell and instructed he had little in the way of mortal comforts, but there was clean water in the cistern downstairs and a fire to keep them warm. While the others went down to wash on the lower level, Illaoi waited on the doorstep, gazing at the Mistwalkers in the yard below. Before her journey with Sarah and her friends to stop Viego, if she'd met a man trapped in the rut of his life for 1,000 years, leading an army of restless spirits, she'd have killed him on sight, and Nagakaburos would have blessed her for it. While Illaoi indulged in her thoughts, Yorick appeared at her side and pointed out that Illaoi had business with him. Illaoi kept her composure and confirmed, keeping her voice calm, but with difficulties. She then expressed that she was just not used to seeing spirits treated that way. To lessen Illaoi's worries, Yorick explained that these spirits were not trapped there. He searched many islands for the tormented dead, and some of them stayed at his place for a while before they moved on. Illaoi questioned what these spirits were doing, and Yorick further explained the situation. The Mistwalkers were building graves. They were people of the Blessed Isles, his countrymen, seeking rest and peace. Yorick paused for a moment, as if saying a prayer, then told Illaoi that they speak privately upstairs in his library. The tower was made of huge, dark blocks of stone, smoothed by time, and streaked black with torch smoke. It was older than the ruins of Halia, or the vaults Illaoi and Sarah had visited before. He has been entombed here like a man dead for 1,000 years. Stagnation incarnate, His politeness almost made it worse. The chamber at the top of the tower was lined with bookshelves and lit by a cold blue light, filtering in through the window. Beside the door hung a pair of stone pauldrons with a cape of black mist roiling from them, and atop one of the lofty bookshelves, a nest of dark mist and glowing blue light slowly turned on itself. Yorick then introduced his maiden and said she had been with him for centuries. Illaoi questioned that she thought Yorick said they moved on. Yorick answered that the spirits move on only when they are ready. He closed the door behind them and told Illaoi that if she was ready, please show him who she was hiding in that box on her belt. Illaoi raised an eyebrow and asked if he could sense it. Yorick answered that the maiden speaks to him. She told him whose spirit that was. Illaoi opened the box with the key around her neck. Yorick leaned forward to see, and the light of the amulet made a sinister dance across his craggy features. "Viego of Camivore," Yorick said. He extended one huge, calloused hand toward the box, then stopped himself. Since the ruination, he'd hoped to see something like this, but he expected more. He wanted the mist to be gone, but it remains. That the spirits would cease their suffering, but it continues. There was an unreadable expression on his face. Perhaps he expected that he would change. Illaoi felt a blaze of sympathy for him. She too had wondered if the Shadow Isles might change with Viego's banishment, if the mist might finally disperse. But that is a challenge for some greater strength than them, she reminded herself. When Illaoi and the crew defeated the ruined king, Yorick saw the lights in the sky, but the spirits were not freed, and the maiden continued whispering in his ear. So his responsibility to them continued. He gazed at Illaoi, his expression stony. He then told her that he was a member of a holy order the same as her. Long years of toil, that is their way. Persistence, faith, and dedication. Illaoi bristled. Nagakaburos does not scorn dedication. She scorns stagnation. Yorick stood, went to the window, and told Illaoi to look at something. Spread out beyond the walls of the abbey, across miles of wood and mist-wreathed hillsides, were thousands of tombs. Tombs carved by the hands of mortal artisans stood side by side with rough, makeshift ones assembled from rubble by the stumbling dead. Here and there, the endless acres of gravestones stirred with the motion of mistwalkers. Yorick wryly asked if this was not the largest cemetery she had ever seen. It was, Illaoi realized, half as big as Bilgewater itself. Yorick's voice was tight with controlled emotion. If there was any agent of change on these isles, he was it. He opened the earth and brought the spirits to their rest, and the world around him changes. He turned to Illaoi and asked if he still did not honor her goddess through his actions. A constellation of beliefs netted Illaoi to the particulars of her faith. They were simple beliefs, clear and gracious and humanizing. Though her relationship with the goddess had changed over the years, the core of her faith remained strong. Life is motion. To live fully is to change. To change is strength. The living can change. The dead cannot. Illaoi now felt that foundation shifting beneath her feet. Can the dead build a world of their own? Can they follow their own desires? No. Why would he think that? Illaoi would bring motion to beings trapped between life and death before. The Blood Harbor Ripper, Pike, was one of them. But his grace had been given to him by Nagakaburos, and the goddess had no part in Yorick's domain. Illaoi finally admitted that the dead could have their own kind of motion, but Nagakaburos would never keep spirits here beyond their years in life. Yorick asked if the goddess would see them reborn. Illaoi answered yes. It would be a sin to deny them life for even a moment. That's when Yorick said that there lay their difference. Illaoi would banish spirits before their time, while Yorick patiently waited for the spirits to decide. Illaoi knew that if the conversation continued, she'd never settle the issue of the amulet, so she changed the subject. She lifted the amulet by its chain and showed him the mark on its back. Illaoi told Yorick that his order made the amulet, but in the Bahuru style. She hoped he could tell her how to destroy the spirit inside. Yorick took the amulet in his bare hand. It did not seem to trouble him the way it had troubled Sarah. He turned to his bookshelves and found a sheaf of fragile gray parchment. The one who made the amulet was a Bahuru sailor. She saw too many perish at sea, so she joined their order to bring peace to the dying. The parchment was covered in ancient Bahuru script. Illaoi could pick out the old words well enough. This artisan had worked on gems made of serpent amber, a technique practiced only by the Bahuru. But she had also tempered the gems under high heat to form a crystalline shell capable of holding an angry spirit. The technique she used was from the Blessed Isles. Yorick fully remembered the artisan, but he could not read Bahuru himself. So he let Illaoi read the parchment. Illaoi's eyes wandered down the page. She picked out an illustration of some kind of blast furnace, powered by magic focused through prisms and lenses, a gyroscopic dynamo of light and flame. The illustration was labeled, "The Spirit Destroyed." That seemed clear enough. The artisan used the machine of Illaoi's people to temper the gems. At the same heat, they could kill the spirit inside. Yorick laughed as he already used the blocks of the furnace to make tombstones. The two of them stood for a moment, in silence again, thinking. Illaoi wondered how Sarah was doing. She wondered if, across all this distance, she could still hear the amulet speaking to her. Suddenly Yorick said that there was one solution close at hand. Illaoi could hurl the amulet into a volcano. Illaoi glanced at him as if he was joking. Yorick said no. He has not gone this far in 1,000 years, but volcanoes at least last that long. He returned to the bookshelves and found a map rolled into an enormous sheaf. It showed the Blessed Isles as they had been before the ruination, marked with roads and cities. Yorick pointed to a tiny dot in a far corner of the map and instructed her to sail to the Skardover Quay, which was a half-day sail from their location. Illaoi then asked if the volcano had exposed lava, to which she felt ridiculous for asking. Yorick answered that time changes those things, but it did in his day. A thought occurred to Illaoi. If Pike could see the truth in the goddess's ways, this man could too. She then invited Yorick to accompany them, since Yorick wanted to see the king destroyed. Illaoi even offered that Yorick may hurl him to his death himself if he liked. Yorick coughed out a grim bark of a laugh. It was beyond the black mist. He doubted he would be able to help them much when he was outside the realm of the dead. He gestured to the maiden. His powers lie with the dead, and he has not left his post in 1,000 years. Illaoi remained persistent, telling Yorick that there was no better time to try. She urged Yorick to leave the place, even only for a day. She thinks Yorick will enjoy the experience. Yorick considered for a moment, doing something because he would enjoy it. He drew himself up straight and crossed his huge arms on his barrel chest. He then agreed with Illaoi. There was nothing he'd enjoy more than killing Viego. After a short while, they all gathered in the courtyard to leave the monastery. Reuven stood apart from the rest of the group as Yorick directed his spirits to open the gate and let them out. Illaoi bundled the navigational chart she'd found in the woods and went to talk to the captain. The two of them chatted for a bit, since Illaoi was a bit concerned about the crew's situation. She cannot let another distraction in their mission. She must know if the crew plans a mutiny. But Reuven doesn't know anymore. Illaoi looked down at the navigational notes. He's the only one who can use them, she thought. There will be time to bring him back to his senses once they are on the open ocean. She handed him the paper bundle and told him to focus. They returned to the ship in frigid silence. half the crew was dead, and Reuven was no longer on speaking terms with the ones remaining. As Reuven navigated out of the cove, Yorick stood at the railing and watched the maiden standing alone on the sand. The journey was a straight shot, half a day's voyage to an island on the edge of the Shadow Isles archipelago. The crew kept the sails trimmed for speed, and Reuven stewed on the command deck. He hunched his shoulders, thrust his hands deep in his pockets, and kept his eyes fixed grimly on the horizon, and now and then on the crew too. Illaoi approached Reuven and told him that she knew they said they would discuss Nagakaburos and their place in Bilgewater. If he still wished for guidance, the offer was still up for grabs. Reuven glanced at her. There was something in his eyes. Fear? Maybe later, he muttered. Illaoi tried to ask Reuven about their discussion with the crew, but Reuven shut it down. Illaoi shrugged and descended from the command deck to walk the length of the ship with Yorick. As they walked through the deck, Illaoi was surprised at how much she enjoyed it. When she didn't have to look at his army of mistwalkers, it was easier to discuss Yorick's beliefs on their own merits. They spent all night deep in conversation. His beliefs were as sincerely held as hers, but his priorities were so strange. Healing the dead was more important to him than returning them to the light of life. Illaoi tells Yorick that she will never understand his principles, but she believes he means it. Yorick replied that he did not expect her to understand. He was just glad that she listened. Most of the sailors went to sleep on the lower deck sometime before dawn. When the sun rose, the trained rat left the last of the black mist behind, and their destination came into view. A handful of crew members gathered at the railing. There was a dark, conical blemish on the pale gray skyline ahead. Illaoi could pick out the stench of sulfur when they were still miles from shore. As they grew closer, the hazy shadow on the horizon resolved into a mountain of dark ash, running bare and treeless from the waterline to the lip of the crater. Here and there it was studded with the stark forms of jagged rocks, each larger than a house. As the crew lowered the anchor, Illaoi returned to her bunk to retrieve her idol. The belly of the ship was shadowed and quiet, with no sound louder than the creak of timbers and the slosh of waves against the hull. Here and there, crew members were still sleeping in hammocks strung from the ceiling beams. Her idol was on her bunk. Carrying it awkwardly at her side, she made her way back down the center of the lower deck, between the cannons. It was so quiet, she thought. Then she realized she couldn't hear anyone snoring. She put her hand on the nearest hammock and tipped it toward her. Kristoff lay inside, and he was not breathing. His dry lips were parted, and his eyes stared blankly upward. Illaoi could feel the presence of his spirit, but he lay like one dead. A magical stasis? This was not done by natural means. She stepped swiftly to the next hammock. The sailor there was trapped in corpse-like stasis too. Every ship that leaves the Shadow Isles can carry as many stowaways as it has shadows. Illaoi shouted, calling and asking whoever did such actions. Farther up the length of the ship, the hatch fell closed over the stairway, and the whole of the lower deck was drowned in darkness. Illaoi crouched and tightened her grip on her idol. There was barely any room to fight in the lower deck. It was the only place on the ship where she was vulnerable. She then asked the unknown spirit if he waited until Yorick and her were separated. A wink of blue light flared in the dark. A voice said, yes, and until the mist was gone. Reuven stepped out of the shadows between Illaoi and the stairwell and told her he wanted to speak in private. A faint glow wreathed him, and behind him stood someone else. It was a hunched, robe-swaddled spirit, dressed like a Blessed Isles scholar. His gowns were crisscrossed with arcane geometry and stained with black slime, as if he'd come wading out of some putrid swamp. Tendrils of black mist coiled around him, and above his tight, tarnished gold collar sat a warped face of sagging, melted skin, split by an enormous toad-like mouth. When his lips pulled back in a smile, Illaoi could see multiple rows of little pointed teeth. That's when Illaoi realized that Reuven made a pact with a monster named Bartek so it could protect him when they were swarmed by wraiths. Illaoi slowly walked back as she tried to continue the conversation between them. She could only fight on the upper deck, and stalling as she escaped was the best option. Illaoi's words were working on Reuven. He was realizing his wrongdoings. Reuven hesitated, but the orb flared again. He jerked like a puppet brought back to stand at attention. Shortly, the monster caught up to Illaoi's plan. He ordered Reuven to stop Illaoi and get the amulet. Illaoi did not wait to see what he would do. She took one silent, confident step forward into an open space and swung her idol as hard as possible into Reuven's snappable little body. He flew across the deck and hit the opposite hull of the ship hard, cracking the boards in half. Bartek recoiled in surprise and gave a frustrated shriek. Illaoi told Bartek to choose a better champion, or why not fight himself? She approached him, and the creature cravenly retreated and answered her question. Bartek said that his master has given him a weapon stronger than Illaoi's goddess and a champion to fight for him. Once again, the orb in his hand flared, and the captain stirred. Slowly, he lifted his broken body back to its feet. Bartek told Illaoi that she could not beat him. His lips parted in a wide, toothy smile like the River King's catfish mouth. Bartek then said that he could bring him back. The Lantern Fighter's gift has given him dominion over his soul. Illaoi stepped back, realizing it was Thresh who was pulling the strings behind the curtains, and it meant two things. He was still alive, and Thresh was after the amulet. Reuven moved like a pile of sticks held together with a string. Illaoi could see his muscles bunching strangely on his arms and neck, driven by magic, not by his own will. With a twist of his cracked legs, he launched himself toward her with uncommon speed. She dove out of the way and dropped her idol awkwardly as she squeezed between cannons. It rolled across the boards of the deck between them. They paused. Reuven sized her up with a cross-eyed stare. Illaoi took a sharp breath and lunged for the idol. Reuven dashed forward and kicked her in the ribs. It was like being hit by a mortar shell. And now it was Illaoi's turn to shatter the boards behind her. The idol flew out of her hand and straight through the hull, leaving a ragged gap as tall as Illaoi herself. As her fingers slipped from the idol's grip, she felt her vital connection to Nagakaburo's fade. And so, it's time for her fists. She struggled to peel herself off the deck and square up against Reuven. As she raised her hand to strike him in the jaw, Bartek also raised his. The orb in his palm flared. In the hammocks around the deck, glass-eyed sailors sat up rigid as a board. Each leaped from their hammock like a Piltovan automaton. Bartek swung the orb, and the sailors swung for her. There were 8 or 9 of them, and they each hit with the force of a charging brine seal. Illaoi kept her guard up over her face, twisting to shrug off the blows. Without her idol, she could not summon Nagakaburos' tentacles to throw them back, but she could punch. The goddess tests even her, she thought. But this is a test she was glad to bear. She hit a sailor on the shoulder so hard that his arm dislocated with a sound like a plank cracking in half. She kneed another so forcefully that his flying body shattered the stairs leading to the upper deck. She moved through forms of combat she'd learned while training for the priesthood. Fists snapped forward like the strike of a ramming ship. Legs planted like the roots of an island in the bed of the sea. Whispering a regretful prayer to Nagakaburos, she dodged Kristoff's punch, rolled him over her shoulder, and threw him down on the deck. His forehead left a splatter of red on the boards. She began backing up toward the hole in the wall. Outside the ship, she'd have room to fight. Illaoi taunted Reuven, and exactly as she expected, Reuven's expression curdled with rage. Reuven dove at her. Illaoi let the force of his leap carry them both straight out the side of the ship. They burst into the sunlight, locked arm in arm. She caught a glimpse of the chaos on the upper deck. Yorick swarmed by attacking sailors, each wreathed by blue light. She saw him swat a woman clear off the ship with the flat of his shovel. Then she and Reuven sank into the sea. This was her territory. Reuven was strong beyond human strength, but the man could not swim. Illaoi had been training to swim through riptides since childhood. She pinned him to the sand on the bottom of the bay, grabbed him by the neck, and held him down. Then she punched him until she cut her knuckles on his teeth. Illaoi could hold her breath underwater for nearly 5 minutes if she was conserving her energy. Punching Reuven into submission took so much out of her, she only lasted for 1.5 minutes before she had to kick up to the surface and take a gulp of air. Reuven was thrashing weakly on the bay floor, kicking up a cloud of sand. Illaoi swam back down, grabbed him by the jacket, and dragged him across the water and onto the shore. She shouted to give in and struck him again. He coughed up a mouthful of seawater. Reuven's eyes darted to the ship. She followed his glance and saw Yorick and Bartek grappling at the prow of the boat. Yorick was holding Bartek's throat, but the spirit's hand, gripping the orb, was raised to the sky. The orb flared a blinding white, and pain drove Illaoi to her knees. It was as if someone had driven a lance of fire through the top of her head. By the goddess, what was that? She was hurt too much to move. Reuven crawled to her on broken limbs, a dagger in his hand. Reuven told Illaoi that Bartek's master is too powerful. They all have people they answer to. He answers to a phantom who's near like a god. Just give him the amulet. Illaoi had destroyed that god several weeks ago. Despite struggling, Illaoi firmly said no. But the searing light of the orb shone from the boat again, and this time the pain was worse. Illaoi gritted her teeth. It felt like someone was trying to peel her mind from her body. Reuven begged her and said that the lantern would suck her soul out of her ear and make her a puppet, like he did to him. But Illaoi answered she'd like to see him try. She struggled to raise her arm and simply gave Reuven a backhanded slap. He was so badly injured that it sent him sprawling. A moment later, a shadow loomed over Illaoi, and Bartek hurled Yorick to the ground beside her. Yorick seemed dazed, but alive. With tendrils of black mist flickering about him, Bartek leaned down and unhooked the lockbox from Illaoi's belt. Reuven called his master and begged Bartek to heal him, but Bartek simply gave a flat, scornful cough of a laugh and rejected him. Illaoi knew they had only moments before Bartek left. She turned to Yorick and whispered, "Gravekeeper." Yorick blinked, shook himself, and collected his focus. He placed his palm on the sand to push himself up, then drew it back as if burned. There was something down there. The dead. Corpses. Reuven had seized the hem of his new master's robes, begging for life. He won't survive this, Illaoi realized, but his crew still could. She glanced at Bartek, then back at Yorick. Illaoi told Yorick to let them out. Yorick closed his eyes. "Rise," he told the bones. Illaoi felt the rumbling before she heard it. The sand danced. The ash on the slope of the volcano began to slide down toward them in sheets. Bartek looked about, suddenly nervous. Deep below them in the bedrock beneath the ocean, something cracked. Then a tide of spirits rose. From a crevasse growing beneath Yorick's palm poured a torrent of furious souls. Illaoi could see spirits leaping from the sand all around her, howling with a rage so profound and concentrated that she lost her breath. They stank of sulfur. The air was so thick with their charred, transparent forms that the terrain around her distorted. Yorick lifted his hand and flung it at Bartek. With a sound like a cracking whip, a lash of black mist flew from the cape on his back and struck the Halian scholar. The mist around him surged and recoiled. Yorick shouted that Bartek was a servant of the mist that woke and trapped them there. The spirits surged toward Bartek, drawn like hounds to a scent as Yorick commanded the dead to kill Bartek. The geyser of souls struck Bartek, flipped him onto his back, and thumped the sand around him into a crater. The furious dead tore at Bartek's robes and beat him with their fists. He writhed, screaming. Every strike of their sulphurous hands burned him. Something flashed in his hand. The lockbox. Illaoi forced her aching body to stand. The sand bubbled and churned as hundreds of spirits erupted from it, and the rushing current of passing souls whipped her hair and buffeted her like a strong wind. She could barely keep her footing. Illaoi pushed forward, stumbling, and grabbed Bartek by the robes. Spirits writhed around her, screaming in their desperate attempt to strike him. Holding on to him was like holding onto a flag in a hurricane. She tugged him closer. Bartek roared, stating it belonged to his master. Illaoi struck him in the jaw. She felt something crack, but then his jaw writhed back into position on his face. Illaoi claimed that Thresh was already dead, but Bartek snarled, tar spilling over his warped, sagging lips as he said that Thresh still lived. Bartek brandished his orb, but Illaoi grabbed it. Its smooth surface burned her hands, but she ripped it from his grasp just as it released its final flash. The souls around him recoiled, screaming, and Illaoi fell backward. She caught a glimpse of Bartek launching himself out over the sea. The lockbox was clutched in his slimy fist. He floated there, victorious. But then the spirits caught up. They overwhelmed Bartek, and the force of their charge pushed him toward the horizon. He shot like a cannonball over the surface of the water. 2 hissing sheets of spray flew up on either side of his path. All of a sudden, Yorick shouted to the dead, telling them to wait. However, the spirits ignored him. The ocean boiled with furious souls, and they carried her enemy and her duty away from her. Far out at sea, something detonated, and a tower of spray shot up the height of a ship's mast. A moment later, there came another, even farther out. The spirits were moving faster than any ship or serpent steed. Illaoi dropped Bartek's orb and fell to her knees. She pressed her forehead to the sand, realizing she failed. Bartek has Viego. Yorick collapsed beside her, sharing the same sentiment of failure as Yorick failed to control the dead. Illaoi struggled to sit up. She then said that her dearest friend, Misfortune. Illaoi told her she promised her she would destroy the amulet. When she needed her most, Illaoi failed. She mourned as she asked for forgiveness from her goddess. Yorick watched as more spirits rushed out to sea. They were locked down there for centuries beneath the stone, a city of souls, so much pain and fury. They want revenge, and he is a creature of the black mist that roused them. As the last of the spirits rose from the earth and poured into the ocean, Illaoi could feel their rage dissipating. Illaoi then asked what would happen to these undead. Yorick answered that if they made their way back to the Isles, he would find them. But he doubted he'd find that toad who took Viego. Illaoi and Yorick struggled to their feet and surveyed the battlefield. Bartek's rule over the ship's crew had ended. She could see several of the sailors lying still on the beach, and more draped over the railing of the ship. Reuven himself lay nearby, half buried by a drift of sand. Illaoi felt for a pulse, but could not find one. Yorick knelt beside Reuven and placed a hand on his shoulder. Illaoi saw a shade of him rise from the body, shimmering a near-invisible pale blue in the bright morning light. His voice was faint and echoing, like a person whispering to them from the far end of a pipe. Even in spirit, Reuven couldn't believe that he died. Yorick took the spirit's hand and assured him that he was safe now. Reuven regarded his broken body with uncomprehending shock. Yorick awakened him so he could find peace. But Reuven answered that he cannot find peace, not without the crew. He was their captain. He owed them. Illaoi was dumbfounded. In his moment of death at last, Reuven thought of his crew. That's when Illaoi realized that Yorick was right. The dead can change. Illaoi handed over the artifact to Reuven so he could save the soul of his crew. Reuven turned to Illaoi. His face was split with a silly grin, the only genuine smile she'd seen on him since they'd met. Then he gripped Yorick's hand and faded away. Yorick ran down the beach. The sailors on the shore were on the brink of death. He seemed to know whose spirits still stayed with them and who had already passed. With Reuven's knowledge guiding him, Yorick moved among the corpses. When the globe shone in his hand, their breath returned. As Kristoff came alive again in a fit of coughing, Illaoi thought, what does the goddess think of him as Yorick healed the living and the dead? But she knew the goddess would not tell her what to think of Yorick. The goddess needed her to decide for herself. That evening, after she'd hauled her idol up from the bottom of the bay, Illaoi and Yorick went to bury Reuven and the other dead high up near the lip of the volcano. There's a fantastic view up there, Yorick remarked, covering the final grave. He wielded his spade like an accomplished craftsman. Illaoi approached the edge of the volcano and looked down into the black-capped, red-cracked lake of lava below. She wasn't sure what to feel. Perhaps their spirits can watch the rest of the world covered in ruination from up there. Yorick stood beside Illaoi and said he did not think that would happen, even if Viego tried to kill the whole world. Well, the dead have their own kind of will. Yorick has met several in his time who would see him destroyed. They can help them. Illaoi thought for a moment. The dead rising up against Viego. She'd seen something like that on the Shadow Isles before, but it was so rare. With Yorick, was another future possible? Spirits and Bahuru aligned with the same goals? It felt impossible, but Yorick promised that he would help. Illaoi felt a strange hope growing inside her. She then told Yorick that he had a good heart, and his ability was like a promise of Nagakaburos' fulfilled. The power to move the dead from stagnation. Illaoi has never seen anything like it before. Yorick shrugged and answered that he just did what he must. But Illaoi insisted that Yorick do more than anyone expected. As Illaoi spoke the words, she felt the shock of it growing within her. If this is possible, she found herself thinking, then anything is. Motion for her friends, freedom for Sarah, a better world for all of them. Nagakaburos brought them together for a reason, and Illaoi thinks they can learn from one another, as the ancients did. The possibilities blossomed in her mind. The ancient Bahuru and the scholars of the Blessed Isles had created such incredible things together. What they lacked was a common purpose, a mission uniting them toward a single goal. What Yorick's brethren wished for the world, what Illaoi's faith dreams of, they are the same. Change and growth. Liberation. Yorick laughed and said he did not know if the rest of your religion would agree, but Illaoi promised that she would make them. Yorick agreed that perhaps it was possible, but for now, he must return to his home and attend to his duties. Illaoi understood. She then said that if one day, when he is ready to leave, the Bahuru will become an honorable monk like him. They will need an ally in the fight against Viego. Yorick gazed down at the lava below and said no one had ever called him an honorable monk before. But Illaoi confirmed that he is. Illaoi's journey has been a long one. They fought Viego and Thresh, defeating the two strongest undead. However, they were now facing a rematch with them as Thresh orchestrated another incoming harrowing. Will Viego win this time? Or perhaps Yorick's words were right, that others would defend the world when the time comes. Well, that would be a different story for another time.